righty, folks, for Class 75 Black Cross, our weight range for these animals, 1,000 pounds to 1,228 pounds. For this first class, we will be selling 6 heads at the auction. Attention in the steer barn, Class 76. First call, Class 76 to classification. First call, Class 76 Black Cross to classification. This time we'd like to introduce our judges. First we have Mr. Joe Cowley. Joel and his wife Tammy have 2 daughters together, McKenna and Aubrey. Joel is from Calgary, Alberta, Canada, and is currently the Chief Executive Officer of Calgary Stampede. Joel received his Bachelor of Science in Animal Science degree from Colorado State University, his Master's of Science in Animal Science degree from Texas A&M University, and his Master's of Business Administration degree from Michigan State University. Joel was the coach of the Texas A&M Livestock Judging Team from 1988 to 1994, Extension Beef Cattle Specialist at Michigan State University from 1995 to 2002, International and Food Service Divisions at Certified Angus Beef from 2002 to 2005, Executive Director of Agricultural Exhibits at the Houston Livestock Show from 2005 to 2013, the President and CEO of the Houston Livestock Show and Rodeo from 2013 to 2020, and the President of Angus Genetics Incorporated from 2020 to 2021. Joel enjoys fishing, playing a round of golf, and auto repair restoration. Joel's favorite thing about livestock shows is educating the general public and working with youth. Our next judge is Shiloh Shockey. Shiloh grew up in Westmoreland, Kansas, and currently Shiloh and his wife Jamie reside in Garden City, Kansas. Shiloh received his associate's degree from Hutchinson Community College and earned his Bachelor's of Science in Animal Science degree at Kansas State University with a concentration on business. Shiloh works at the National Beef Packing Company as a cattle buyer. He enjoys spending his free time helping out at home on his family's Simmental cow-calf operation, Shockey Farms, where their priorities are to produce seed stock cattle that are functional in the show ring and in the pasture. If Shiloh is not in the barn, you can find him playing a round of golf or keeping up with Kansas State athletics. Shiloh's favorite part about the livestock industry is the development of our youth from a hard work and responsibility standpoint. As he has grown up and has become firmly rooted in this industry, Shiloh has come to realize that there's not a better way to meet new people and develop lifelong friendships. How about a round of applause for our judges? Class 75, we have a total of 46 head.
What a great way to get things started here this morning, and we're going to have a really fun day working through with your guys' youth down here and evaluating some livestock today, and just a good way to get things started. Really big class here, so maybe it's just a little bit of the extras that they didn't get the pull for us in terms of having the right kind of body, muscle shape, right kind of fat cover on them, and still having the good kind of look from the side. We got 4 steers up here on the front, like their length of body, extension, they're muscular cattle that have some durability. Just need to have some more balance to them when you get off from the side. Then you got 3 muscular cattle here coming next that have some heaviness of structure. They just get a little bit of plain about their front end structure and just the look of quality. And we got some real easy doing muscular cattle here. This boy's calf, you like that one's muscle shape, is good in terms of his rib. He's bold and just opened up underneath. Gets a little frail and need to change his hind leg structure. And same could be said with the 3 behind these steers. Young kid here's doing a good job getting that one shown, and same with the girl behind it. That's a muscular steer that's got a lot of shape. He just struggles too much out of his front end and needs to pick his head up a little bit. Some long-bodied cattle here coming next that are real good in their line. They're attractive about their front end. Just need some more depth of body and open them cattle up, but really, really good class. There's some cattle here that might have got the pull in some of the other lightweight divisions, but as good a quality as we have, it's a little bit harder to pull some, but they're doing a great job. Keep working and put your hands together for a good way to get started here.
Attention in the steer barn. Class 76, we need tag number 137147 to classification. For Class 76, we need tag number 137147, report to classification. Attention in the steer barn. Class 77 Black Cross, report to classification. This time we need Class 77 Black Cross, report to classification.
Really a nice way to start the morning, as Shiloh mentioned, tremendously deep class. And, even the steers that we excused, you hang all these cattle on the rail, there's not going to be that much difference between them because most of these cattle are adequate in terms of muscle. Most of them are really good as far as the amount of fat cover that they have. There are differences in that regard. And so really it comes down to structure and balance and body type. And we think that the black and white steer up here just overpowers the class in terms of his natural width, his power he has through the center of his body. He's tremendously muscular down his top and back through his hip. You could strengthen him up in his top and his loin just a little bit, but there's a wide base steer with a good front foot underneath him. He still gets out and moves really well. And for a steer that's that massive, he still balances up and profiles up very well. It just kind of overwhelms the class in terms of his width of skeleton and his stoutness and doability. We like this calf in second. We think he's just a good, solid, good doing, easy feeding kind of a steer. You compare him to the steer in third, he's just a little softer in his middle, and when you get your hands on him, he handles with a little higher degree of fat over his last rib. He's a little fuller in his flank than the steer that's in third position. He certainly doesn't have enough width and power to get around the class winner, but we think just a nice, complete, good feeding kind of a steer here that goes in second. It still has a pretty darn cool look to him from the side because he is stronger in his top and stronger in his loin than the steer that wins the class. We love the shape in the steer that's in third. He's big in his top and big in his loin. I mean, it might be a little more expressive. It's pretty close probably in muscle between those two. Here's a steer that gets a little harder through the center of his body than those first two steers, a little coarser maybe up through his shoulder, but still pretty sound in his basic skeleton. He sets down square on his feet and legs and gets out and tracks. Just not quite as much middle in this steer, and one that's maybe just a little rougher in his makeup, but really a nice steer in terms of carcass and cutability. We love the length and depth of body of the steer in fourth. I think he has that advantage in terms of depth and openness through the middle of his body over the steer that's in third. He is tremendously long bodied, but he's a little disappointing when you get your hands on him behind his shoulder. Though he has decent shape, he's just not nearly as wide and thick down his top or through his loin as those first three steers, but again, one we really like in terms of his side view profile. The white-footed steer that comes next is thicker than the one that just beat him. He's bigger in his top and loin, has more shape through his stifle. Steer that has a lot of spring through the center of his body. In the side view, he just kind of comes apart just a little bit. A little more shoulder in him, not quite as true down his top line, not quite as level through his hip, but a steer that we're going to be really pleased with in terms of carcass merit. Young man steer that comes next, we think he's an excellent steer from a composition standpoint. Good muscle, very correctly finished. In this lineup, he just gets a little smaller in his type and kind. He's a little smaller footed and finer boned, just not as big and long and stout as those steers in front of him, but a pretty nice steer, I think, when he gets to the rail. The next steer in the lineup, another one that's really good in terms of his top shape and his loin shape, comes apart a little bit in terms of his balance, a little easier top, a little higher in his tail head, a little more shoulder in him perhaps when we look at him and study him, but a calf that we think will be good once he gets the rail as well. Really a nice structured, sound, easy moving, long bodied, long fronted steer that comes next. He just simply doesn't have enough thickness and muscle shape when we compare to those steers above him, but we really like that steer in terms of his skeleton. Probably also a little finer boned as well, but when you talk about one that gets out and tracks and is square on his feet and legs and has some length, you have to like that steer. Next steer is more muscular, big top and loin in this calf. A little shallower and harder perhaps in his middle, a little straighter through his shoulder, a little tighter in his motion on both ends, but an excellent carcass steer nonetheless. And then we get into a steer here that could use a little more power and shape up in his top. He has good depth of body. He's a steer that's pretty good in his basic skeleton, but you get your hands down his top and handle him over his loin, and he's just not quite as square and meaty as we'd like to see him. Good, functional, easy feeding kind of steer that comes next, but at the same time, he gives up some frame size. He gives up some cutability to the steers in front of him. He's not as expressively muscled. There's a little more fat on him, but he's a steer that we really like for his depth and his soundness. This steer got pulled pretty early when they walked through the gate because he is a calf that's long-bodied and long-fronted. He's one, though, that when you really study on him, he gets out in his point of his shoulder. His front foot's not quite as square, and you get right behind his shoulder and it gets pretty narrow in terms of his top shape. He can use a little more fat over his last rib. Decent fat in his brisket, but a little bare down his top. And then the steer that concludes the class lays in flatter and smoother in his shoulder. Pretty good traveling steer, functional, long-bodied steer. Pretty good in terms of muscle, not as square in his shape as those steers in front of him, and could also use a little more depth back here through his rear flank. Please give them a round of applause for a really nice class.
Thank you, Judge. We now have our placings for Class 75 Black Cross steers. Exhibiting first place, Lily Kinsey, Coryell County, 4-H. Second place, Preston Lippin, Stonewall County, 4-H. Third place, Addison Carlson, Deaf Smith County, 4-H. Fourth place, Jaden Lindgreen, Nueces County, 4-H. Fifth place, Kinsey Yundrush, Fall City, FFA. And sixth place, Easton Jenkins, Angelina County, 4-H. Those are your placings for Class 75 Black Cross steers. Folks, in Class 76, we have a total of 43 head. Our weight range is 1,229 to 1,390 pounds. Attention the steer barn. We need tags 133609, 136889, 139210, 143147, and 146864 report to classification. Once again, for Class 77, we need the following tag numbers to report to classification: 133609, 136889, 139210, 143147, 146864. Also, steer exhibitors, as a reminder, when you come back over here and you head to the show ring, do not bring any cell phones, combs, brushes, rags. Do not bring those with you to the arena.
Well, another really good class here in the middles, and it's just so deep here from top to bottom. There's some stout, muscular kind of cattle that have some durability to them, and like the way that they have lay their muscle shape on and still are at the right kind of degree of finish. It's maybe some of the little things in terms of build and the way they are in terms of their skeleton, and yet still having the right kind of look about them. We had some real muscular cattle up front there that just need to move a little bit better, but appreciate their boldness. They're so powerful and opened up. They're powerful, big hip kind of steers. May just need to balance up from the side in terms of their profile. The white-footed here, one you like on the standstill. He's attractive looking. He's a high cut ability calf. Just gets a little bit raw out here and changes structure. And then we got some more cattle here coming. This girl there in the orange shirt you like when that one's tied in there next to each other, because that one is big back, stout hipped, and it's just when that one gets set into motion, gets a little rounder in its hip, drops its chest. But I like that one from a carcass mare, and when you get your hands on that one's good in terms of his body shape. We got some more powerful here coming, cattle coming next, has some length of body. Fed well for these exhibitors. They just fall out in terms of their structure. Get a little bigger one here that needs some more body. A real smooth made, long bodied calf that gets a little frailer bone coming next. Another high cut ability calf that's real shapely. Just gets a little raw out here and just needs to have a better look about them. And then we got some real easy feeding, practical kind of cattle. You like their center body, their depth of ribs good. Just get too plain in terms of their chest. Maybe you want to drop their pins when you set them in motion. But another really, really good group. Awesome kids, and quality keeps getting good. So put your hands together. Another great group.
Attention in the steer barn.
Is it yours?
First call, Class 80 AOCs to classification. First call, Class 80 AOCs to classification.
Well, I think as you could tell with the time we took here, this class was a little tougher to put together. We didn't feel like it just didn't fall into line logically like we have some of these other classes. But as we studied these cattle, both in terms of structure and body, soundness, composition, we thought that this brown tinge steer needed to sort up to the top. He's probably not quite as attractive in his side view profile as a lot of the class winners we've had this week, but he's a steer that's pretty darn sound in his basic structure. He's long-bodied, he's long-fronted, and he's good as far as muscle shape. He's really square and meaty down his top. There's power back through his hip, some good width of base in him. We thought he was a good place to start. When you compare him to the steer in second, there's more steer there. He's longer, he's bigger bodied, and there's just more product in him as well. We think just a good solid steer here to come in second place. He balances up pretty well because he's pretty deep back here in his rear flank, pretty strong in his top line, has some length of front end, has some shape, handles good, just gives up too much length and product to the steer that's winning the class, but it's just a good solid steer there to be in second place. We love the foot size and the bone and the width of chest of this steer that comes next. He's a steer that's tremendously long down his top. He's pretty darn good as far as muscle shape is concerned as well. In the side view profile, he gets a little plainer, a little deeper through his shoulder, a little shallower through his flank, just doesn't balance and proportion up quite as well as those first two steers, but a big-footed, long-strided, wide-chested steer there to go in third. Here's a tremendous carcass steer that comes in fourth. He has a huge, huge top and loin, a lot of power through his stifle, and he's very correct in his degree of finish. He's a steer, though, that gets a little base wide up front, a little stiffer in his motion out of his front end, and in the side view wants to get a little shallow and tight in his flank, but we really like that steer from a muscle and power and cutability standpoint, and for that reason he goes up just a little bit higher. Young man steer that comes next has a great shape when you get behind him. You study his hip and you study his stifle and his width of base, a really good shape. You study him up through his front end, though, he's a little straighter in his shoulders, a little tighter in his forerib, just a little harder in his look compared to those steers in front of him. And when you set him in motion, he gets pretty sickle hawk behind. I don't know that it's terribly unsound, but it just isn't very attractive when you watch that steer pull his hind legs up underneath him as much as he does. But we love the shape of top and the shape of hip in that steer, and he does have some length up through his front end as well. The Baldy steer is one we pulled late. He's the last one pulled, and I guess as we studied him relative to the steers behind him, he's here for basic function. He's a steer that certainly gives up some profile because he runs downhill. He gets a little deep in his front end, but you talk about an easy feeding steer that's pretty sound in his basic skeleton, has some depth of body, some openness of rib, and he's not bad muscle shape-wise when you get your hands on him down his top. I mean, I wouldn't mind feeding a whole pen of those, but you compare him to the steers in front of him, he sure gives up some balance and some quality from the side view from a depth of front end standpoint and being just a little bit low fronted, but a steer that looks like he's fed extremely well. Young lady steer that comes next is one that has a lot of shape down his top and behind his shoulder. He's just a little straighter and tighter on both ends than we'd like to see. You can see he's a little more upright in his shoulder. He's straighter through his hock when he stands there, but a steer that when she stops and sets him up presents a pretty nice profile and has some shape. We just like to loosen him up in his overall skeleton, maybe put a little bone underneath him as well. Young man steer that comes next, another one's going to be very high cutability. In the side view profile, gets a little tighter in his flank, a little finer in his bone work, and he could be loosened up a little in his stride as well. I think a steer next here that has a lot of shape and muscle working down his top and through his hip. He's big bodied. He's not as high cutability as those steers in front of him because he's carrying a little extra fat cover. He could also be more correct in his front end. As you study him, he gets a little straighter and more twisted out up front, but a steer that from a standpoint of combining quality and yield grade should be pretty good on the rail. Young lady steer that comes next is leaner and longer bodied than the steer in front of him, but boy, he could use a little more muscle shape. He gets narrow and flatter in his top and loin, not quite as powerful back through his hip, a little extra set to his hock, and he could be a little bigger footed and heavier boned as well. Young man steer here got pulled because he is so incredibly long bodied. He's long up through his front end, but he's a little disappointing from a shape standpoint. You get your hands on him right behind his shoulder and across his loin, and he's not as big and meaty and square in his top as you'd like to see, and he could be sounder up through his front end as well. And the young man steer on the end, a long bodied, deep sided steer that presents has a pretty decent profile, but you study him down at the ground in terms of his joints and his mobility, and he just isn't as sound as these steers that we've got up the line in front of him. Give them a round of applause for a nice middleweight class.
We now have placings for Black Cross, Class 76. Exhibiting first place, Allie Thane, Guadalupe County, 4-H. Second place, Claire Schuling, Hondo, FFA. Third place, Zane Fritz, Medina County, 4-H. Fourth place, Hagen Hensley, Floydada, FFA. Fifth place, Cress Moore, Fredericksburg, FFA. And sixth place, Luke Kelly, Medina County, 4-H. Those are placings for Class 76 Black Cross steers. Folks, for Class 77 Black Cross Sears, we have a total of 40 head. Our weight range, 1,391 to 1,500 pounds.
Another really good group of cattle these kids brought us here today, and we appreciate these cattle for being at the right kind of endpoint and getting to us the correct size that laid some fat and muscle shape on. We got some cattle here on the top. Really, first three steers are high cutability cattle that have some muscle and shape. Just need some more depth of body in terms of their springer rib, and need to be better in terms of their feet and leg. We got some productive kind of cattle that are big ribbed, easy feeding kind. Just get a little bit plainer here in the next two, and actually three with this Baldy steer. He's just a good feeding kind. And then the girl steer coming next. Like that one's rib shape, smooth made kind of steer that's got some length. Gets a little frail out here. Boy's calf, actually the next two steers, real muscular steers that got some shape out of their hip and rump. Just get too raw out here in terms of their build and look from the side. Need to be smoother in terms of their look. And then we got some 4 cattle here coming next. Like their durability, look like easy feeding steers that fed well for these exhibitors. They just need to be more correct in terms of their build and their feet and leg structure as they parade around the ring out here, but like their actually just feedability in these steers. And then we got some more easy doing cattle coming next. Got some ribs, springer rib, got some fat laying on them and muscle shape. Just fall apart in terms of their look and build, but another great group of kids. Let's put our hands together for all these exhibitors.
Attention in the steer barn. Second call for Class 80, all other cross. Report to classification. Second call for Class 80, all other cross. Report to classification. Attention, the steer barn at this time. We need Class 81 steers. Report to classification. Class 81, all other cross, report to classification. Attention, the steer barn. If any young lady or gentleman is missing a curling iron, we do have one that was found. I do believe it was found in the ladies' restroom, so we do have a curling iron at the announcer's stand if you'd like to claim it.
Heavyweight class falls together a little easier than did the middleweight class. We thought these three steers sorted their way up to the top, and then the steer that wins the class, I think, does so from the standpoint of balance and quality. Here's a long-bodied, really big-bodied steer that has a nice shape back through his hip and through his quarter. He's really correct as far as his hind leg set is concerned. If you study him up through his front end, he's probably a little more upright in his shoulder blade than we'd ideally like, but he's got a great foot underneath him up front, and that still allows him to get out and move about the ring and track about the ring. But a steer that's certainly longer-bodied, more attractive in the side view than the steer that's in second place, a little more attractive back through his hip and through his tail head. Just a real complete steer to lead off with. The steer that comes in second probably reaches and strides out of his front end as good as any in the class. He's a deep-chested kind of a steer with a big old body in him. He doesn't balance up quite as nice as that steer because he is a little bit deeper up here in his front end. He's not quite as attractive through his neck and through his shoulders, that steer that wins the class. But you want to talk about one that's thick and meaty. This guy is really impressive in his top shape and his hip and through his stifle. We think he's the most muscular steer that we have out here in the ring, but just gives up a little too much attractiveness and balance to that class winner. That's a nice steer in second as well. Calf in third's a nice steer too. He's a functional made kind of a steer with some depth through the center of his body. He gets a little shorter body and a little tighter in his flank relative to the two that win the class, but a calf that we think is really pretty good in his basics. Having some rib and some body, still being pretty good as far as his structural correctness. He just kind of gets overwhelmed in terms of rib and body and length compared to the first two steers in the lineup. Young lady steer that comes next, pretty nice in his design. He's a long neck, long fronted steer that's really deep in his center rib and back through his flank. He's got a good foot underneath him. He's a steer though that just gives up too much shape to those steers in front of him. You get your hands on him right behind his shoulder. He gets a little narrower and flatter in his top and across his loin. He just doesn't have the power and shape, but we think his correctness and his leanness keep him over the steer that comes next in line. Young man steer that comes next is a tremendously long-bodied steer. He's big-footed, he's heavy-boned, he's pretty correct in his hind leg set. He has a little too much fat on him. You read him up through his brisket, you handle him down his top. Compositionally speaking, he's going to give up quite a bit of cutability when he gets the rail to those steers in front of him. Also gets a little easy in his top line, but we love the length of body and depth of side of that steer. A big white-legged steer that comes next, calf that has some depth and some middle body, and he's pretty good as far as composition. A calf that's very correct in his degree of finish, has quite a bit of shape working down his top and across his loin. Skeletally, he just needs to be loosened up. He's a little too upright in his front end. He's a little stiffer in his hind leg when he gets out on the move, but certainly a long-bodied steer with a lot of center body to him. Steer that comes next, another big-footed steer, sets down a nice big foot. He's easy moving and easy on the stride. He's really deep-bodied. He gives up too much cutability. Here's the fattest steer that we have out here in the lineup in terms of the fullness of his brisket, the fat he handles down his top and through his flank. If you lean him up a little bit, he certainly moves up the line because we really appreciate his soundness and his depth of body. But just from a cutability standpoint, he sacrifices a great deal to the steers in front of him. Brockle-faced steer that comes next is certainly higher cutability and leaner, but one that's a little finer bone and just a little frailer in his overall makeup when we get him out here in the side view profile and put him on the move relative to those steers in front of him. Young lady steer that comes next has some length and some depth of side. He's a steer that could be a little flatter and smoother in his shoulder. And as you watch him track, he wants to round out his hip and pull his hind leg up underneath him, but you have to be impressed with the shape that he has through his hip and through his stifle as well. The young man steer that comes next is a longer bodied, longer hip steer than the one right in front of him. Could probably use just a little more power when you get him behind him. And you get him in the side view profile, he gets pretty heavy up through his brisket and gives up some balance and some profile as well. Big bodied steer comes next, but a steer and one that balances up pretty nice when he's standing still, but you set him in motion, he just gets a little tighter in the way he moves on both ends. Good carcass steer. This young man's calf has a lot of shape up in his top, He gets a little deeper and coarser in his shoulder and pretty shallow bodied relative to the top end of steers. And then the calf that we have here on the end of the lineup, a long bodied, long fronted steer that's really true in his lines, but a little bigger framed, narrower based kind of a steer, just doesn't have quite the thickness and the power in the center body to him as the steers in front. Please give them a round of applause for a nice heavyweight class.
And we have our placings for Class 77 Black Cross Steers. Exhibiting first place, Tucker Wells, Guadalupe County, 4-H. Second place, Charlie Tusa, Falls County, 4-H. Third place, Cannon Potter, Harris County, 4-H. Fourth place, Laurel Benson, Hale Center, FFA. Fifth place, Roxton Stone, Martin County, 4-H. And sixth place, Presley Estes, Elkhart, FFA. And we're ready to proceed on for our breed champion round. First place from Class 1, Lily Kinsey, Coryell County, 4-H. First place from Class 2 is Allie Thane, Guadalupe County, 4-H. And our first place winner from Class 3 is Tucker Wells, Guadalupe County, 4-H. Okay. Exhibiting second place from Class 1, Preston Lippin, Stonewall County, 4-H. Second place from Class 2 is Claire Schuling of Hondo, FFA. And second place from Class 3 is Charlie Tusa, Falls County, 4-H.
A nice lineup here for our Black Cross champion in reserve. This lightweight steer is one, as we talked about in class, really a wide-based, big-ribbed steer that has a good bit of shape down his top and through his loin. He's a steer that we could fix up just a little bit skeletally. He could lay in a little neater in his shoulder and maybe reach just a little bit more there. And then you study him on his hind foot. He gets a little upright in his pasture and he's a little smaller and rolls over those outside toes behind. And for that reason, probably doesn't set down quite as soft as the next two steers in the lineup. But we really like this steer in terms of his center body and the side view profile that he presents because he's tremendously long necked, has a lot of depth back here through his rear rib. The steer that was first in the second class, a really long-bodied steer. Compositionally, he suits us quite well. There's shape and muscle, and he's correct in his degree of finish. You see him looking at him right there. He probably gives up some balance and some side view profile to the other two steers. Wants to run downhill just a little bit, get a little easier in his top, and just maybe not quite as flashy and pretty in terms of his profile as those other two steers, but one that we really think is good from a basic functional standpoint and one that has some natural thickness and very correct as far as his degree of finish. Heavyweight champion is a steer that's tremendously big through his center body. He's got a nice shape up in his top and loin, really square when you get in behind him and study that steer. He's one that maybe gets just a tick base wide up front. You'd like to see him reach a little bit more out of his shoulder, but pretty good hind leg in him. He could stride just a little bit longer on his hind leg, but he's flexing his hock, and he's one that, even though he maybe gets a little rougher up through the point of his shoulder, still presents a really nice profile and comes as a really big-bodied, really good doing kind of a steer as we look at him out here. Second place lightweight, a calf that we like in terms of his length of body. He's pretty good as far as his shape at top and thickness back through his hip, pretty correct in his hind leg. A steer that sets down square on his hind foot than the one that beat him in class. Not near as much depth of side in this steer. Probably one that's not quite as deep flanked, not quite as attractive in his side view profile or big through the center of his rib as the steer that beat him in class, but a pretty good, solid kind of a steer there. Second place in the second class. Calf that handles well as far as his degree of finish. He has some length of body. He has some length of front end. He didn't have quite enough shape and power and width to get around that steer in front of him. But you talk about a functional package, steer that's really good in his angles and his joints, has some depth of side, can get out and track and move. That's a pretty good one there as well. The second place heavyweight, probably as thick and shapely as any steer we've seen here this week. Huge top and loin, big powerful hip and stifle in him. And though he gets a little base wide and a little wide up through his shoulder, he still is pretty darn flexible for a steer that's that thick and that stout and that powerful. Sets down with some cushion on both ends and gets out and reaches pretty good on both ends. He certainly wasn't quite as attractive in his side view profile as the class winners. He gets maybe a little tighter back here in his flank, a little plainer up through his neck, but a steer that's really impressive from the standpoint of combining muscle shape, natural width with some skeletal correctness and flexibility, even though we'd like to see him maybe not quite as base wide up through his shoulder. Really a nice set of steers. We'll pick our champ in reserve, but I wish you'd give all the exhibitors in the Black Cross division a big round of applause.
Congratulations to Tucker Wells, Guadalupe County 4-H exhibitor of our champion Black Cross steer. Now coming into contention, Charlie Tusa, Falls County 4-H with his second place steer. And congratulations to Charlie Tusa, Falls County 4-H, exhibitor of our reserve champion, Black Cross steer. Folks in Class 80, all other cross, we have a total of 49 head. Our weight range is 1,000 pounds to 1,039 pounds.
Well, this is a great way to start off the AOCs, and I think there's a lot of quality from top to bottom. As you can tell, we pulled quite a bit off the walk, and that was just in terms of structure that we appreciate in those cattle. And really, all these steers are muscular, shapular cattle that have some width and muscle down their top and out through their hip, and they might just not quite be there in terms of finish, cover, and just the way they handle or blend from the side, or just have the striking look. Really a group of steers up front, like I said, muscular, powerful kind of cattle that might get a little coarser in their joints or need to just parade better around the ring in terms of their build. We got a set of good-bodied cattle that look to be easy feeding, and they'll keep getting better as they get mature and just get to a heavier weight, but like their practicality. And then we got a set of long-bodied cattle here coming next, like that about the extra roan here and the smoke coming behind them. Young girl here in the cowboy hat, standing still. That one's really cool built in terms of its front end, bold-bodied, powerful, just needs to be loosened up. And same can be said about these two smoky steers coming next. Boy steer is a real good big body kind of calf, easy feeding. He needs to be tight or hinged looser off his hip and hind leg. Then we got some practical, easy feeding ones here coming next, like their body shape and depth of ribs good. They got a nice look. They just need to be loosened up when they're set into motion. Then we got some more shapeler cattle. This one's packed full of muscle and product. He's just too tight going. Then we got some long-bodied steers here, like their smoothness. They just struggle out of their front end structure, but awesome class. This is real deep top to bottom, and some of these might have got the pole in the earlier day, but fortunately, this is a really, really deep class. Put your hands together for all these kids.
attention, the steer barn, Boston. Maxwell Boston, we have something for you up at the announcer stand.
Really nice class of lightweight steers, and as you can see, we pulled quite a few of them, and probably be more selective when we get into these later classes in this division, because there are a lot of really nice calves, and we'll sort down a little bit quicker in that regard. But we think these two steers sort up to the top, and the light roan steer here wins on the basis of structural correctness, and more specifically in his hind leg. He's cleaner in his hock joint. He has a more correct set to his hock, and he stands a little stronger back there on his rear pastern. He's a really good handling steer in terms of fat cover and shape of top and shape of loin, and one that still balances up pretty nice. When you look at him in the side view profile, he's long neck, straight line, and level through his hip. If you put a different hind leg underneath the second place steer, he wins it, because he's the long-bodied, deep-sided, powerful steer of the class. He's bigger in his top and his hip than the class winner. He actually has a little more cushion to his knee than the class winner. Super sound through his front end. Pretty concerning back in his hind leg. As you study him when he gets out and walks, he's not square in his rear foot. He gets really soft in that right rear pastern as he tracks, to the point where his dew claw almost hits the ground. And then you study him through his hock joint. There's some straightness there, and he's actually a little bit puffy. He's flexing and he's moving, but we're just not wild about the way he's straight through his hock, pretty soft on that rear pastern, and also a little puffy. But other than that hind leg, he's the best one. The steer that's in third here, we really like him when he sets up in the side view profile, because he's a good fronted, deep middled kind of a steer. He handles good fat-wise. He has some muscle shape and some thickness to him. He's probably not quite as expressive as the second steer is. And when you set him in motion, he gets a little tight on those hind legs, and we just like to see him reach out and flex it a little bit better. But love his big body, his front end, his soundness up through his front end. Just need to loosen him up a little bit behind. The dappled steer that comes next is one that was pulled a little bit late in the game and worked his way up through the field. He's a steer, when he first hit us coming into the show ring, we got a little critical in his hind leg, and he is short-strided on his hind leg. But taking a look at what we had in the lineup and taking a second look at him when he came around the corner, and after handling his big square top and his very correct finish, we decided to pull him in. He's a steer that's extremely long-bodied. As I mentioned, handles great down his top. Just need to free him up in his motion behind and see him get out and move a little freer and easier. But a calf that's really long-bodied, has some chest, and really has some power working down his top. Just a nice little red calf here that comes next, one that's sounder in his structure than the two steers. Actually, three steers that were in the line in front of him. A calf that has some shape at top. Really not a major hole in him, but he sure gives up some body and some power to those steers up in front of him, and for that reason, he slides down this way a little bit. A long-bodied, square top steer comes next, one with some extra set to his hock, a little shallower in his flank, just not quite as attractive in his balance and his profile, but I think from a carcass standpoint, he's pretty good, because he does handle some fat down his top and over his rib. A really muscular steer comes next here, one that gives up some balance. He's deeper and heavier through his front end. He's a little bit easy in his top and just a little plainer in his side view profile, but one that's really big-footed and has quite a bit of shape as well. Young lady steer is extremely long-bodied and long through his front end, but just gets a little harder handling down his top and a little tighter in his forerib, and just needs some more time on feed and some more flesh on him. And then we get a steer here, somewhat similar, nice top in him, a steer that has some shape back through his hip, one that wants to twist out up front just a little bit, and in the side view profile just comes apart a little bit. We get into some cattle down the line here. Shiloh and I talked to each and every one of them. Cattle that just don't do as good a job of combining some muscle shape with some correctness of finish and structure, but I think a really nice class, and I wish you'd give them a big round of applause.
Attention in the steer barn. First call, Class 82 to classification. First call, Class 82 to classification. And we have placings for Class 80. Other cross steers exhibiting first place, Audrey Felix, Poth, FFA. Second place, Jed Polar, Wharton County 4-H. Third place, Leah Kosub, Karn City FFA. Fourth place, Gabriella Kelly, Eagle Pass FFA. Fifth place, Logan Groover, Corsicana, FFA. And sixth place, Brooks Bozeman, Lubbock County, 4-H. Seventh place is Mason Tessman of Nordheim, FFA. Those are your placings for Class 80 other cross steers. All righty, folks. For Class 81, all other cross, we have a total of 47 head. Weight range is 1,040 pounds to 1,125 pounds. Folks, they've asked me to announce that the feed store will be closing at noon today, so if you need anything, you need to head over there in about another hour. Once again, the feed store will close at noon today.
Well, another incredible class here, and I think there's a lot of carcass merit in all these cattle. They got the right kind of shape and power, and still having some finish on these steers, and you like them for that standpoint. There's probably 4 or 5 up here on top. They maybe just don't give you an elite look from the side, but they're really good muscular cattle that have the right shape. They're powerful. They're good in terms of their finish. Just need to be a little better looking from the side. The girl's gold steer here coming out, a real heavy structured one. Needs to move better from behind, but length of body, strength, the top line's good. Nice looking calf. Real good one there. We got some real big bodied cattle that are just practical, easy feeding, like that about them. They get too tight off their hind leg in terms of their hock and pasturing. Just like to change that about them. And then we got some more easy doing steers. There's 4 here coming around. They're real easy doing, big body cattle. Did good for these kids. Maybe needed changed up in terms of their front end structure or just their hind leg or even change their foot size on some of them steers. And then we got a real muscular calf here coming next, a good looking one that's got a nice shape to him. He's powerful in his hip. That's good at the ground. Here's a roan calf that's real powerful, big rib steer. Just gets too tight off his rear skeleton. Boys steer here coming next, a real attractive one that's good looking. He's a smooth made kind of calf. Just needs to be smoother in his hock and loosen him up in his lower joints. But a really incredible class. Let's put our hands together for all these kids. They're doing a great job.
Attention, the steer barn, Class 82. We need tag number 141931 to report to classification. Class 82, tag number 141931, report to classification.
Very nice class to work with here, and steer that sorts to the top. I think he and the steer in second, we like both of those cattle in terms of their shape and their body. And the steer on top wins it due to his extra length and his soundness and his mobility. He's a steer that has more slope to his shoulder. He gets out and strides longer on both ends, sets down softer on his rear foot than the steer in second. And again, has quite a bit more length of body. He handles really, really good as far as top shape, loin shape, and correctness of finish. We think just a really nice steer to lead the class off with. Steer in second has some similar characteristics as far as his center body is concerned. He's not as wide based, he's not as loose structured as that class winner, but we love his rib cage and his body. He's a steer that also has a good bit of shape down his top and through his stifle, but just a little tighter made on both ends and not quite the same base width or power right through the center of his body, but we think an awful nice steer there that comes in second place as well. The steer in third's a long-bodied, long-strided steer out of his front end. He's got some depth of body. He has some shape atop. You get to studying him. He's just not right on those hind legs. He's not quite good enough in his hind foot. He's pretty long-toed and shallow in his rear heel, shallow in his front heel for that matter as well. And he's not as expressive when you get behind him and study him through the base of his quarter. But in terms of length of body and center dimension, we really, really like that steer. We'd like to give him a bigger foot and seem stronger on his pastern, deeper in his heel, and maybe have a little more power through his stifle as well. Steer that comes next to be higher cutability because he's leaner and probably a little more expressive down his top than the steer right in front of him. When he sets up in the side view, he just doesn't balance up quite right. He wants to open up in his shoulder, get a little easy in his top. There's some extra set in his hind leg. He could maybe use a little bit more bone and foot compared to those steers lying in front of him, and maybe a little more shape through his quarter. But there's a really nice carcass steer in terms of the shape he has down his top, the correctness of finish that he has as well. A nice one to come there in that position. The steer that comes next, if we could fix up his structure and put a tick more fat on him, he'd run pretty hard in here because he's a long-fronted, deep-middled kind of a steer. He's one, though, as you study his structure, wants to twist out up front. He's small and tight in his rear foot. He just doesn't get out and go quite like he needs to. And he's also just a little bare down his top relative to those top end steers. Could use just a tick more fat down his top. But he's up here because of his length and his depth of side. And when she does get him set up, he looks pretty nice from the side view profile. Really, a truck comes next. This white steer is a wide-based, big-footed, long-strided steer with a lot of center body. He is fatter than that steer that's right in front of him. He's bigger footed than that steer that's right in front of him. He really comes apart in his shoulder, though. He really wings out up there to the point of his shoulder. He gets easy in his top, but a steer that we really appreciate from their back because he is so massive in his rib and has so much muscle shape and power as well. Steer that follows here, really nice shape in this steer. Down his top, back through his stifle. Steer we think is going to be really good when he gets to the rail. Probably a little fatter, just a tick fatter than he needs to be. But a steer that's really good in his muscle shape and his natural thickness. He's one that gets a little tighter in his skeleton on both ends just to get out and stride quite as free and easily. But you talk about one that's shaped right in terms of his top and loin and stifle. He's really impressive. And then a nice red steer comes next. He is sounder and looser in his skeleton. The steer in front of him, probably not quite as powerfully musced. And when we got him out here in the side view profile, he just got a little shallower and rounder as far as his rib cage was concerned, but a really nice steer there as well. Shiloh and I talked to the rest of these young people. We've got some really nice calves that come down through here, probably give up some structure and some balance to those steers in line in front. But again, a really nice set of steers. Wish you give them a big round of applause.
Attention to the steer barn. First call, class 83 to classification. First call, class 83 to classification. And we have placings for class 81. Exhibiting first place, Avery Tabola, Tomball, FFA. Second place, Kendall Rayfield, Cooper Lubbock, FFA. Third place, Lucas Medina, Somerset, FFA. Fourth place, Lynn Ann Kosub, Karn City, FFA. Fifth place, Caden Rawls, San Patricio County, 4-H. Sixth place, Scarlett Akins, Plainview FFA. And seventh place, Kyler Hutchison, Canyon New Braunfels FFA. In Class 82, we have a total of 44 head. Our weight range is 1,126 pounds to 1,219 pounds. Attention in the steer barn for your planning purposes. Our Grand Champion Steer Drive this afternoon. First call will be at 4:15. You'll need to bring those steers back to the scale. So for our Grand Champion Steer Drive, first car will be at 4:15 for your information.
All right, another really good group here, and we're getting into some heavier weight cattle that have the right kind of finish on them, and really appreciate that about them. These cattle, for us that might not get the pull, it's just their structural integrity or the way they parade out here on the ring. There's some long-bodied cattle. That one's looks like an easy feeding one that handled really good, just too tight off its rear skeleton. Then we got 3 or 4 cattle here, some high cut ability cattle that have some look about their front end, maybe just need to be changed in terms of their structure. That one could be stoutened up right there. Change this one's feet, but like his look from the side, he's got an attractive look about him. Bold made one coming next. That one standing still is good. He's maybe favoring his left hind leg just a little bit, but you like his muscle shape and power with them. Young boy's calf here, standing still. That one's real good. Just open him up through his chest, like his look. Heavy structured steer that's got a nice shape, nice calf there. And then we got a group of steers here coming next, 2 or 3, some long-bodied, extended ones that got some extra look about them. They just need to move better in terms of their feet and legs, and some of these might get a little coarser in their bone work, but really good class. This painted up one coming next. Standing there, you like a lot of things about. He's a little out in his shoulder, and when you set that calf in motion, needs to be set back in the angle of his shoulder, but bold rib, good looking, highly presented one there. And then we got some 3 or 4 more, some cattle that have some depth of rib, easy doing kind, maybe just need to be opened up a little bit, but these cattle and kids are doing a great job. Let's give our hands to all these kids.
Attention steer exhibitors. We're missing the following tag number from Class 83, 134757, report to classification. That's tag number 134757, Class 83, report to classification.
think really close up here between these top 3 steers. It just depends upon what you want to emphasize, and we decided to emphasize a steer to lead this class off with that in terms of muscle shape and soundness of foot shape. He needs to win the class. Now, he's not as long-bodied and long-hipped as we'd like to see him, but if you study the way he's made in his shoulder, he sets down on his front feet, and particularly his hind feet, we think he's a sounder-footed steer than the steer that comes in second, and for that reason, he's going to win the class. We love his center body. We love his shape of top and hip. We like the power he has in behind him, but we'd certainly like to lengthen him up overall and seem a little bit longer and leveler perhaps back through his hip, but just a good solid steer to begin with. Kind of the long-bodied, powerfully made, big bone steer comes in second place. He's a calf with a nice shape down his top and through his hip. When he stands there, there's good set through his hock. You study him up through his front end. He gets pretty straight-shouldered. He twists out in his front end and takes a pretty short stride up front when he gets out and moves. And he's not very good in his hind foot shape either. You can see he's kind of rolling over that outside toe, and they just needs to be bigger and square in his foot. But his mass and thickness and power that he has down his top, we decided to go ahead and keep him second. The steer that's in third is bigger and softer in his feet than the steer that was right in front of him. He's not just right in his shoulder either. When he stops and sets up, you can see he's a little bit over in his knee, but he has such a big soft foot underneath him that he still gets out and moves pretty well. He looks his best on the move because when he stops and sets up, he gets deep shouldered. He gets a little weak and easy in his top as well. Really a deep bodied, well finished steer that looks like he's kind of easy doing and easy feeding, but one that kind of falls apart a little bit in terms of side view profile, and he's not as thick and muscular as those first 2 steers are either. Young lady steer that comes next, we love his length of body. He's got a lot of power working down his top and across his loin. He's a steer that flexes pretty good as far as his hock is concerned. He gets pretty deep and heavy through his front end, and that's because he's carrying more fat than those top 3 steers. He's a little fatter up through his brisket. He's not going to be as high in cutability, but in terms of having some depth of body, some thickness and shape of top, and some doability, we liked him in the position that he's in. Certainly a leaner, more muscular, higher cutability steer comes next. He's a steer that's long and has some center body to him. He's just not quite right in his front end structure. He wants to open up through the point of his shoulder. He twists out up there on his front feet. You can see as he stands there, he's a little straight through his hock as well, but we love the length and the natural thickness and the cutability in that particular steer. Steer that comes next is going to be an awful nice carcass steer. He's very correctly finished. He's good as far as muscle shape and thickness. Out in this lineup, he just gets a little shorter bodied, little narrower base, a little finer boned than those steers that are up the line in front of him. But in terms of center body and apparent feedability and a potential carcass steer, we liked him pretty well. We really like this steer that comes next. I pulled him later. We didn't pull him initially, but once we got everything in line, we decided we need to pull him. If you could fix him up foot and leg wise, he would run hard in this class because he's a long-bodied, really good pattern steer with a big old rib in him. He has some top shape and some power in there, but when you set him in motion, he gets pretty tight, and that's particularly on his hind leg. He's pretty upright in that hind foot, sets down really hard in that regard, and also needs some more cushion up through his front end. But a steer that's on the stand is certainly one of the better steers that we have in the lineup. A light red steer that comes next is certainly longer bodied. He's longer strided. He's sounder in his skeleton than the steer right in front of him. He just gets a little too shallow and round and tight in his rib cage compared to those steers in front of him, but we do appreciate his skeletal correctness. Steer that comes next, this roan steer, a steer that profiles pretty nicely when she gets him set up. He's long and clean through his neck. When you really start studying him from a natural width of skeleton and muscle shape standpoint, he gives up quite a bit to the other steers. He's narrower up through his chest. He gets pretty flat across his top and down his loin, and just isn't as wide and powerful and stout as we'd like. Certainly a wide, powerful, stout one comes next. He got pulled because he is a big bone, deep-sided steer that has some shape working up in his top, but skeletally we'd sure like to change him. He gets pretty over in his knee, kind of rolls around in his front end, and he's pretty puffy in his hock too, but you have to appreciate the rib cage and body and power in that steer. Please give them a round of applause for a nice class.
Thank you, Judge. We now have placings for Class 82 steers. Exhibiting first place, Levi Gates, Donnelly County, 4-H. Second place, Addison Poe, Erath County, 4-H. Third place, Reed Joseph Reininger, Marion, FFA. Fourth place, Braylee Heiser, Dallam County, 4-H. Fifth place, Alyssa Walker, Corsicana, FFA. Sixth place, Reese Thane, Guadalupe County, 4-H. And seventh place, Elizabeth Norwood, Ellis County, 4-H. Those are your placings for Class 82 steers. Attention in the steer barn. First call for Class 84 to classification. First call, Class 84 steers, report to classification.
All right, let's give our hands here to this group of exhibitors. As a whole, there's some stout muscular cattle that has some true skeletal width. The 3 or 4 up top are the 3 steers up top are some high cut ability muscular cattle that just need to have the extra look in terms of from the side up front, and maybe just change the way they set down at the surface. You got an easy feeding one here coming next, just gets a little bit plainer. And then we got 3 steers here coming with some extra frame and growth. They're long-bodied cattle that have a nice shape to them, but they might not have just the balance from the side. We got a nice calf here coming next with this boys in terms of his rib shape. He's a bold rib, stout, powerful kind of calf. Just gets a little bit funky off his hind leg. Girl's gold steer here coming, like an easy doing look, practical in his kind. You want to pick that one up in its chest. And then we got 3 more steers here coming. That one right there has got an awesome look, got nice shape, powerful out of its hip. Want to fix that one in its shoulder, but that's got an awesome look from the side. Appreciate a lot of things about that one. Then we got some big ribbed, easy feeding cattle coming next. Appreciate the shape. Falls out, I guess, doesn't get the look in terms of a quality, but doing a great job. Another good set of cattle here.
Attention, the steer barn, last call, Class 84 for classification. Last call, Class 84 for classification. Attention to steer barn. We need tag number 143918, report to classification. For Class 84, tag number 143918, report to classification. Also, first call, Class 85, steers, report to classification. First call, Class 85, steers, report to classification. Also, attention in the steer barn, we do have a Lang curling iron that was found in the ladies' restroom if you would like to claim it. Otherwise, it will be lost and found at the livestock office.
Really a nice fourth class here, and steer that wins the class just does so on the basis of his correctness and his length. He gets a little easy topped when he's standing there, but when he gets out and pulls himself together, he's really an attractive steer. I think he does lay in with more angulation to his shoulder than the steer in second. He's certainly longer bodied than the steer in second. He's stronger right behind his shoulder than the steer in second. And I think a good one to start with. Ideally he'd be a little deeper bodied, and as I mentioned, hold himself a little stronger in his top, but a really good handling steer in terms of muscle shape, and one that's very correct as far as his skeleton is concerned. The steer that comes in second place probably handles a little more fat over his last rib than the steer right in front of him, and that's advantageous. He's a steer that takes a good long stride off of his hind leg, and he has a nice shape to him. When you read him through his loin and back through his hip and through his stifle, you can see he breaks behind his shoulder. That steer over there is a little weak top. This one breaks a little bit behind his shoulder. He's also, even though he's got a big soft foot underneath him up front, I think he is a little bit straight in that angle of his shoulder. But a steer that when he gets set up in the side view and he holds his top up has kind of a cool look to him in terms of side view profile. And for that reason, we're going to use him over the steer in third, because he's leveler hip than this steer in third and has more attractive set to his hind leg. Here's a powerfully muscled steer in third position. Great big top and loin, big old hip. Pretty stout when you get in behind him. Steer that has a pretty big, good foot underneath him. Up front, has some depth aside, but he just gets a little rounder back through his hip, little extra set to his hock, maybe a little deeper at his shoulder. Just doesn't balance up quite as nicely in that side view profile as those first two steers, but you have to appreciate this steer from a thickness and power and carcass merit standpoint. The light red steer that follows, we love his depth of body and his apparent doability. He's a big soft-footed steer. He does get a little base wide and roll around in his front end a little bit when he gets out and moves. Then in the side view, he's a little deeper and heavier up through his front end. He's not as expressive and meaty in his shape down his top or across his loin as those steers in front of him. But when you talk about some depth of body, some size of foot, and just some basic doability, you certainly have to appreciate that steer. Steer right behind him is a leaner, more expressively muscled, higher cutability steer that's extremely long-bodied. He just gets a little tighter in his overall skeleton. He's not quite as deep and open in his rib cage. He's a little straighter up through his shoulder. He wants to roach his top up and tighten up just a little bit when he gets out on the move, but you have to love the length and the cutability of that particular steer. Steer comes next, is a little deeper sided perhaps. He's a steer that's level at his hip and has a pretty correct set to his hind leg, pretty decent foot underneath him as well. He just doesn't have as much muscle shape. There's some width there, but he doesn't square up in his top or his loin like those steers in front of him. He's also just a little bit deeper up here in his front end, a little weak right in the middle of his back, but a steer we really appreciate for his foot size and his depth of body. The young man steer that comes next is going to be a great carcass steer. He handles extremely well. Big square top, big square loin, very correct in his degree of finish, a long-bodied steer, one that gives up some balance because he gets a little deep and heavy up through his front end. He could be a little freer and truer perhaps in the way he gets behind, but we think he's going to be awful nice once he gets to the rail. Dappled steer that comes next, nice steer in terms of carcass and shape, very correct in his degree of finish, a little straighter and tighter on both ends, probably gives up some length of body. Young lady steer, extremely long-bodied steer, a little tighter in his forerib, not quite as fat down his top as those steers in front of him, but we do like his length and his extension. Kind of a more, I guess, a soggier kind of steer comes next, one that's big-footed and sound in the way he tracks, but one that gives up some shape back through his hip and through his stifle, also gets a little deeper fronted. And a long-bodied steer that presents a nice profile next, but one that just gets too base wide and out in his knee up front and pretty straight in his hock behind, but you have to appreciate the length of body and the muscle mass that he has when you read him down his top. Let's give them a round of applause for a nice class.
Thank you, Judge. We have our placings for Class 83 steers. Exhibiting first place, Bailey Henderson, Lorena, FFA. Second place, James Shadden, Huckabee, FFA. Third place, Caitlin Smith, Wilson County, 4-H. Fourth place, Connor Lyles, Williamson County, 4-H. Fifth place, Weston Woodley, Tahoka FFA. Sixth place, Paige Fritsch, Burton FFA. And seventh place, Cole Kellermeyer, Runnels County 4-H. Those are our placings for Class 83 steers. Attention the steer barn, if you're got a tack truck parked out here, you need to go ahead and get those moved on out. We've got quite a few that have been there for a good while. Let's go ahead and get those tack trucks moved on out so we can get other people in here. Attention, the steer barn, second call for Class 85 to classification. Second call, Class 85 steers report to classification.
All right, let's put our hands together. This is an incredible class here. There's a lot of good ones that'll probably get excused, and in any other class or division, they would have got a pull right off the gate. But really, we started off with two really nice steers that are powerful and good shaped. The second steer gets a little tight in his center body, a little twisted out up front. We got three more steers here coming next that we really like in terms of their shape down their top. And they got some width out through their hip and in their quarter. They just need to move a little bit better here. Good, easy, practical kind here coming next. Needs some more body. Really like this calf right here. His body shape, he's bold and big top, stout out of his hip, and handles really good. He just struggles a little bit out of his front end, like to clean him up in his chest, but that's a really, really good calf. We got a pair of bigger, longer frame cattle that are good in their line. Need to be opened up in terms of just their skeletal width. Girl steer here coming next. One you like standing there. Real good looking, strong top, muscular steer that's got so much out of its hip. Gets a little funky off its hind leg, wants to snap up on that ankle, but nice calf there. And then we got some more long-bodied, muscular steers that'll rail a nice carcass. This steer here right in front of me, that's a really good calf as well. I like that one. Smoothness of lines, big top kind of calf that's got some muscle. Just gets a little plainer out here, but a really, really good calf. And then we got some coming next, get a little bit plainer, but you appreciate their durability and productive kind of cattle that have some belly and rib shape to them. And got another one coming here, the same thing, productive kind of a steer, just gets a little bit plainer, wants to struggle out of its front end. Kind of the dapple colored one coming next is a real nice one that handles good. It's got some top shape and muscle, just gets a little bit heavy in its front end. Like to stouten that one up in its bone work, but awesome class, and it'll be fun to sort through these here. Let's put our hands together on these kids.
Attention, the steer barn. Class 85, we need tag number 147185, report to classification. Class 85, we need tag number 147185, report to classification.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, this is one whale of a class. Particularly, you look here, I'd say 4 or 5 steers deep, some really good cattle to sort through in this particular class. And as you could tell, Shiloh and I had to discuss these quite a bit before we arrived at a conclusion. But these top 3, depending upon what you wanted to emphasize, I think you could place those any which way because these cattle all have advantages over the others. The steer that starts the class is the one we thought in the end was the best combination of muscle shape, mass of body, structural soundness, and balance and profile. Now, if you look at that steer in terms of the way he tracks, he's super true up there on his front feet. He's probably not the most flexible on his hind leg, and well, the other 2 steers probably reach just a little bit longer, but he still flexes his hock. What we love about him is his length of body and his shape. Really square up in his top and his loin, really powerful back through his hip. You compare him to the steer in second, he's the longer bodied steer. I think just a little bit more depth back in his flank and just a little bit more steer there in terms of center body compared to the steer in second. The second place steer is probably the best fronted steer in here in terms of trueness of track and the way he lays in at his shoulder. He's really clean up through his front end. He has a nice shape up in his top as well. He's not quite as correct in his hind foot. If you look at his hind foot shape and his outside toe in particular, he just wants to get a little smaller in the outside toe and just roll over ever so slightly when he goes and moves away from you. But from a front end soundness standpoint, he's really, really good. Then you compare him back to the first steer, in addition to his foot not being as square behind, there's not as much length there. There's probably not as much depth of rear flank and center body in him, but he is one cool looking dude from the side view. The steer in third position, we just love him from his shoulder back in terms of rib shape and mass. He's a steer that really is sound as far as his hind leg. I think he has the best hind leg and hind foot in the class. He takes a good long stride. He plants a lot sounder and squarer on that hind foot and more stable than the steer that we just talked about. You get him out both in terms of stand and on the move. He wants to toe out just a little bit up front. He gets a little deeper and heavier in his shoulder, a little deeper up here in his brisket. He's not quite as square right behind his shoulder from a muscle shape and handle standpoint as those 2 steers in front of him either. But his steer that we just love in terms of his center body and the way he plants and strides off of that hind leg. Those are just 3 outstanding steers, and it's a shame to put any one of them third because they're so good. The steer in fourth, he would run pretty hard in most classes we've seen here. Here's a nice light roan steer that's very, very complete in his makeup. He's a big top steer that has some shape. He's sound as far as his structure is concerned. He has some depth of side. You compare him to those 3 steers in front of him, he just gives up quite a bit of mass and I think quite a bit of length. Maybe runs downhill just a tick compared to those steers that were in line in front of him. Nothing really majorly wrong with that steer. He just kind of gets outpowered out here in this particular class. Really a high cutting, good shaped steer comes next. Big square top and loin, huge hip in him. He's going to be a high cutability steer. He's one that actually he's pretty good as far as his hind leg is concerned, but you study him up in his front end, he gets pretty straight in his shoulder, he gets over in his knee, he's just a little tighter and more restricted in the way he moves. He's also a little tighter in his forerib than those steers in front of him, but when you want to talk about one that's going to rail a high cutability, really muscular carcass, he's really nice. He's just not soft enough in his front end or his middle to get around those steers in front of him. The dapple gray steer that comes next, extremely long bodied, really long and clean up through his front end. Probably not as powerful when you study him in his top shape and his loin as the steers in front of him. He does have more cushion to his knee and a sounder made up through his front end than the steer right in front of you, but not near as much power in terms of shape when you get in behind that steer and study him. But we do like his length of body and his correctness. Young man steer that comes next, calf that has a lot of shape back through his hip. He gives up some balance and profile to those steers in front of him. You sure like to square him up in his front feet. If you look at him, he kind of toes out. He's not real square in his foot design or his toe size, and he sure opens up in his shoulder. But here's a steer with a tremendous amount of rib cage and body and a tremendous amount of natural thickness down his top. Another good carcass steer comes next. Big top, very correctly finished. A little straighter and tighter on both ends, probably a little frailer in his bone work. It gets a little easy in his top and a little open in his shoulder and gives up some balance and profile out here in this lineup. A white steer that comes next that's awful nice as well. Has some length of body, some shape of top, some power through the center part of his rib. Gets a little too straight up through his front end, just a little restricted in the way he tracks, but a steer that we really like for his center body and his natural thickness. The next calf in the lineup is Sounder through his front end. He's a big bone steer, just a little flatter as far as his top shape and his loin shape compared to the steers in front of him. Also a little deeper up through his front end, and a really attractive steer to lead to conclude these steers that are left out here in the ring. Love him through his front end in terms of his length of neck, his cleanliness. He's a finer bone, kind of smaller footed steer that's also just a little restricted the way he tracks behind, but that's a pretty good steer to wrap up a really nice set of steers out here. Let's give them a big round of applause for an outstanding class.
Thank you, Judge. Placings for Class 84 steers exhibiting first place, Georgia Tusa, Falls County 4-H. Second place, Bryceland Patchke, Idalou FFA. Third place, Georgia Besner, Dallam County 4-H. Fourth place, Jersey Harlan, Wellman Union FFA. Fifth place, Mason Grady, Johnson County 4-H. Sixth place, Cambry Wells, Mineral Wells FFA. And seventh place, Logan Hoover, St. Joe FFA. Those are your placings for Class 84 steers. Folks, for Class 85, we have a total of 37 head. Our weight range is 1,400 pounds to 1,500 pounds.
Another good way to end out the day here, and this is another deep class from top to bottom. There's some stout, muscular cattle all the way through. They're bold in their rib shape. They got to the correct end point. We appreciate about these cattle. There's some steers up here on top. They're big. Up here in the first part of the class, there's some big top, stout-ended kind of cattle that have some heaviness of structure. It's just maybe they need to move better when they're parading out here around the ring, and just might have that extra look about these cattle. Some real high cutability ones coming next that maybe struggle off either end of their skeleton. A good-looking gold steer here coming. Looks a little bit lightweight and needs to be opened up a little bit. Set him back in his shoulder. And same could be said for a gold one. That's a good feeding steer right there. Like his body shape and easy doing look about that calf. And then we got 4 more steers here coming. They got some finish on them, and like that about them, some long-bodied steers that have some strength at top line. They might struggle off their hind leg, have some extra set to them, or need to clean them up in their joint work, but we can appreciate the steers for getting to the right end point. Another great class. Let's put our hands together, show our appreciation for all these kids hanging in there.
Really a powerful set of steers out here to conclude the steer show with the last class, and a steer that begins this class. It's really impressive in terms of his natural width, the skeleton, his muscle shape, his power, and still maintaining a really functional package. This steer is impressive in his top shape and his loin shape. He's got a great big hip and stifle in him. He's really sound and correct as far as his hind leg is concerned. He's a calf that wants to toe out a little bit up front, but when he gets out in tracks, he's taking a good long stride and he's flexing. When you compare him to this steer in the second, he's a more up-fronted steer. He's cleaner up through his neck. He's a steer that just presents a little neater profile from that standpoint compared to that steer in second. And he's a little stronger in his rear pastern, more correct in his rear pastern than the second place steer as well. The second place steer presents a really nice profile from right behind his shoulder back because he's really strong topped. He's level hipped. He's very correct in his hind leg set. A little more shoulder on this calf, even though he's a little square on his front feet. There is more shoulder in this calf. He's a little deeper up there through his chest. And when he gets out and walks, it's interesting to watch him because he's pretty soft in that rear pastern, but earlier in the class, he was really popping that rear pastern. I don't think he's quite as correct on his rear foot and his rear pastern as the steer that starts, and he certainly gives up some width and power and muscle shape to the steer that began the class as well. We like this silver steer in second, his length of body, his extension. He has a really nice shape to him as well, down his top and through his loin. He's very correctly finished and really good to the touch. He's one that's a little more upright in his joints. He's straighter through his shoulder. He's a little bit over in his knee. He's a steer that, though he has a lot of cushion in his rear pastern, he's pretty straight through his hock as well. And we just like to correct him in those angles of his joints just a little bit relative to those first two steers, but one that we love in terms of his length and his muscle shape and his eventual carcass merit. Really nice steer that comes next here, calf that has some shape up through his top and shape up through his hip. He liked the steer in front of him, just a little bit straighter through his hock and his shoulder. We'd like to see a little rougher up here through the point of his shoulder as well, but a steer that we really like in terms of his top shape and the muscle shape and center body that he has. Probably a little softer looking steer that comes next as far as his middle is concerned. He's a big-footed, soft-footed steer and one that really is looser in his skeleton than the two steers that were right in front of him. He's not as shapely as those steers. He gets a little flatter, a little narrower in terms of his top shape and his loin shape compared to those two steers in front of him. Also gets just a tick deeper through his shoulder, but we do appreciate his skeleton, his soundness of foot, and his flexibility compared to those two steers that were in front of him. Young lady steer that comes next is going to be really nice on the rail. He's got some squareness and muscle shape up in his top and some power back here through his hip. He could be better in his hind foot shape. He's a steer that maybe gets a little heavier up through his shoulder and just a little bit low fronted when we turn him in the profile, and not as long through his neck, but a calf that has a big center rib in him and is going to be excellent, I think, when he gets to the rail from the standpoint of carcass merit. Young man's white steer that comes next, big hipped, big top steer, one that gets a little coarser in his makeup, a little coarser up through his shoulder, gets a little easy in his top. He could be a little softer and square in his hind foot as well, but a calf we really like in terms of his center rib and the power he has down his top. Exceptionally long-bodied steer that comes next. He's big-footed. He's square in his hind foot than those two steers that were in the line in front of him. He's really, really long and has a lot of length and dimension back through his hip. As you can see, he gives up some balance. He's a steer that's not as attractive to his hip, a little deeper through his shoulder and a little shallower and rounder as far as his rib cage is concerned as well. Young man steer next to the end down here, another steer that's going to be great on the rail, big topped, correctly finished, heavy muscled steer with a lot of shape back through his stifle. He's one that gets a little shorter bodied. He wants to open up in his shoulder just a little bit and get a little deeper up here through his brisket, but a steer that's really nice in terms of his shape. And then a steer that concludes the class that's certainly longer bodied than the one right in front of him. He's longer through his neck. He has some power through his hip, but he gets a little narrow behind his shoulder. He's a little straighter up front, gets a little pinched there in his forerib, a little bit over in his knee as well, and probably a little tighter in his overall body than those steers up toward the very top end, but we love his length of body, his correctness of hip and hind leg. Please give them a round of applause for a nice class.
And we have our placings for Class 85. Exhibiting first place, Hayden Jinsky, Jordanton, FFA. Second place, Caden Mason, Montgomery County, 4-H. Third place, Tegan Rust, Kendall County, 4-H. Fourth place, Stratton Shirts, Ropes, FFA. Fifth place, Swayze Harlan, Wellman Union, FFA. Sixth place, Sydney Shikadans, Perryton, FFA. And seventh place, Jacob Shikadans, Perryton, FFA. Those are your placings for Class 85 of the cross. Okay, folks, we're ready for the selection for our breed champion for other cross steers and reserve breed champion. From Class 1, we have Audrey Felix, Poth, FFA. Class 2, Avery Tabola, Tomball, FFA. Class 3, Levi Gates, Donnelly County 4-H. Class 4, Bailey Henderson, Lorena, FFA. Class 5, Georgia Tusa, Falls County 4-H. And Class 6, Hayden Jinsky, Jourdanton, FFA. Exhibiting your second place steers, Jed Polar, Wharton County 4-H from Class 1. From Class 2 is Kendall Rayfield, Cooper Lubbock, FFA. From Class 3 is Addison Poe, Erath County 4-H. Class 4 is James Shadden, Huckabee, FFA. Class 5, Brycelyn Patchke, Idalou, FFA. And from Class 6, Caden Mason, Montgomery County 4-H. Attention to Steer Barn, as a reminder, we will be having 4:15 as first call for our classification for our Grand Champion Steer Drive, or for check-in for our steer drive. So first call will be at 4:15 p.m.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, this is an exceptional lineup of steers, and as we witnessed throughout this show in this division, we ran deep in a lot of classes with some really great steers that you'd just be thankful to receive at any show that you go to. And so it's been really impressive and really competitive. We're pleased with the cattle that we have out here. We think they're cattle that are sound in their basic skeleton. There's differences in that regard. They're cattle that have some body, obviously cattle that have some product, and they're pretty correct in their degree of finish, and yet they maintain a lot of look and a lot of side view profile as well. We lead off with a first place lightweight here. That's a nice little steer. Now, he's not as big as you'd like to see him, probably from a carcass weight standpoint, but he's a steer that is very exceptionally well finished. He's a steer that's correct in his basic skeleton. He has some shape at top. I think he's going to have a really nice carcass. The question on him is just pounds and weight. And obviously he's not big enough to get around the steers in front of him or behind him here, but he's a calf that you really have to appreciate for his balance, his correctness, his muscle shape, and his correct finish relative to his weight. The steer that's in second handles really, really well. Here's a steer with a big square top and loin. He's exceptionally good in terms of his degree of finish and his uniformity of finish. And though there's a little extra set to his hind leg, he's super sound as far as his structure and his skeletal makeup. Really true on his front feet, sets down square on his rear feet, takes a good long stride. And again, a little extra set to his hock, but other than that, that's a really attractive steer from the side view profile. Question on him, like with the lightweight lightweight? Is there enough steer? Is there enough power? And certainly I don't think so when we get back into some of these bigger steers, but he deserves a lot of credit. Steer that won in the third class is one that we like in terms of his shape and his muscle. Big loin, big hip, a lot of stifle in that calf. He doesn't balance up quite as nicely as the other steers out here. Gets a little coarser through his shoulder, probably not quite as long and level back through his hip, but pretty sound in his basic skeleton. We'd like to change his feet and make him a little square in his toes, but a steer that still gets out and moves pretty freely and easily. He's going to be really good carcass-wise when he gets to the rail, but I'm afraid he gives up a little bit of balance and obviously some pounds and some performance, these steers behind him as well. Class 4 has this really long-bodied, big-hip steer that won that class, a steer that is very sound as far as his front foot and his cushion that he has on all four. Takes a good long stride on both ends. He's a calf when he stops and sets up, as we talked about in class, can get a little easy in his top. And then when you handle him down his top, over his last rib, especially relative to the two heavier steers that I've yet to talk about, he could maybe use just a tick more fat cover down his top and over his last rib, and maybe a little more depth of body as well. But we love that steer in terms of his length of body, his looseness of skeleton, and the fact that he has a lot of power and muscle in him as well. Steer that won the fifth class came out of an incredibly difficult class, very competitive class, and one that Shiloh and I like quite a bit. Here's a calf that's long-bodied. He has some depth and some center body to him. He's really good in his shape of top and shape of hip. Powerful back through his stifle, very correct as far as his degree of finish. Tracks really true up through his front end. As talked about in class, he could maybe stride just a tick longer and take a little longer stride on that hind foot, and maybe lay his, give him a little more cushion there to his knee. But he's got a great front foot underneath him, the way he plants and the way that he travels out of his front end. And in the side view presents a really nice profile in terms of being a long-bodied, really well-balanced steer with some length of front end, some depth of middle, and some depth of flank. Obviously, we think he is really competitive out here. The steer that won the heaviest class is one that's about as impressive in muscle shape as any steer we've seen this week. Big top and loin in that calf, a lot of shape back through his hip. And what's impressive is he combines all that in still a pretty sound functional package. He's got a really good hind leg and hind foot underneath him, the way he tracks. So we talked about in class, he wants to toe out just a little bit up through his front end. He probably is just a tick straighter in his shoulder and his knee than we'd like to see, but he compensates for it with a really soft front foot. He's the most muscular steer out here, but quite frankly, I think the others have enough muscle when you study them in terms of their shape atop. And there is a point in diminishing returns with regard to muscle size and or muscle and portion size, but here's a steer that you have to really appreciate for one that has that wide, that massive, and still handles himself with some flexibility and some motion. He maybe looks a little harder out here as far as his middle compared to that steer in front of him, but that's an awful good steer that is in deep contention because of the fact that he combines that width and that power and still a very flexible skeleton. We like the second place lightweight steer, a long-bodied steer that's really long up through his front end, one that's true up there in his front end as well. Gets a little easier in his top, probably not quite as correctly finished as the lightweight steer that beat him, but one that balances up really nicely in terms of his length and his extension. The young lady steer that comes next, just a good basic functional steer, has some depth through the center of his body, some shape of top and hip. He's not as powerful and muscular as the steer that beat him. He's a little tighter in his skeleton, probably a little tighter in his rear flank than the steer that beat him, but one that we think offers a lot in terms of some basic good skeletal design, some depth of side, and some muscle shape as well. Young lady steer that comes next, we love his length of body, his power of hip, and she sets him up. He's really correct in his hip and in his hind leg. He's not as true up through his front end as far as the way his feet set down. He's a steer that, relative to that calf that beat him in class, isn't as long and flexible and smooth, but a calf that we really like for his shape and his levelness of hip and his power back through his hip. Kind of a cool looking little steer here that comes next. next. He's a little low and deep in his front end, but he's a long-necked, big-footed steer with some depth of side and some muscle shape and power working in him. Didn't quite balance up quite as good as that steer, we don't think, that beat him in class because of that depth up through his front end, but a good functional kind of steer there as well. Steer that was out of the 5th class and second, really like this steer just from a standpoint of completeness. He's an exceptionally well-balanced steer. He's one that probably is a little more correct as far as the slope of shoulder and the knee that he has, really true up there in his front end. A steer that's really nice in terms of his shape and power. As we talked about in class, I'd like to square him up in his rear foot. He's a little short or a little smaller in that outside toe behind, but he flexes and he strides and he presents about as good a profile as anything out here. Not as long and deep and powerful, we don't think, as the steer that beat him, but a really nice one there as well. And then the steer that concludes the class, a really deep-sided, functional kind of a steer with some width of base and some bone. Gets a little heavier through his shoulder and his brisket, perhaps. And as we talked about on his rear pastern, he gets a little soft and actually pops it every now and then when he's out walking, which is a little bit odd because usually when they're that soft, they just set it down. But here's a calf that you love the center body of the doability, the functionality of him. Didn't think he was quite as powerful as the steer that beat him in class, or quite as neat up through his front end, or quite as correct as far as his hind foot was concerned, but love him in terms of his rib cage and his doability. Let's give all these exhibitors in this tremendous division a big round of applause. We'll pick our champ in reserve.
Congratulations to Georgia Tusa, Falls County 4-H, exhibitor of our other cross champion steer. Now coming into contention, Bryson Patsky of Idalou FFA. And congratulations to Bryson Patsky of Idalou FFA, the exhibitor of our reserve champion, other cross steer. Folks, once again, so that concludes our judging round for this afternoon for our breeds. We will resume later for our grand champion steer drive. You will need to be back for way back starting at 4:15. Also, for all placing steers, they're only going to be open for another 30 minutes, so you need to bring those steers over back to them at the truck as quickly as you can.